Hey guys, if you are liking the comment, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and most of all, comment in the video below if you love the content. And remember, I've always tried to answer everything that I can. Much love, and I'll see you.
What's going on? What's going on? I am Trans Gamer Live, and you are here watching this video. Now, this is going to be one of the most controversial videos that you'll see on my channel. This is the long form version. It's 70 minutes, the actual thing, and we'll be pausing along the way. The thing is that this is. And the reason why I say that it's controversial is because it's the speech on January 6th, the one that everybody says that it caused the insurrection at the Capitol. Now, is it? Was it not? We will answer that today. Don't forget to actually watch all throughout this video because it's going to be facts, not fiction. I'm going to try to be as candid as I can today and be on point. This comes from the Wall Street Journal. Their little video montage and everything else. I couldn't get it to where it's like where former President Trump comes exactly on the stage and greets everybody. But this is at like the first part of his speech all the way through. It took me days to get this, to look everything up for this. So basically, yes. I'm gonna put my 2 cents into it, but with what my 2 cents is, it's gonna be the truth. It's not gonna be sitting here giving you false narratives. It's not gonna give any type of anything to you. This is what I believe is the truth, which I'm not Democrat or Republican, so I'm going to call it straight down the middle. Most people don't want to. I can understand not watching this. I can understand going on what other people say. But the thing is that you have to make up your mind for the reasons that what is true and what is not. You cannot always live in the middle on what goes on with your life. You can't always be indecisive. You got to have some type of decisions. And you got to also make some decisions to be where you're at. I say we jump right on into it. I'm only going to pause it whenever I have something to say. We got a long ways to go and a short time to get there. So let's go ahead and get right on into it.
Media will not show the magnitude of this crowd. Even when I turned on today, I looked and I saw thousands of people here, but you don't see hundreds of thousands of people behind you because they don't want to show that. We have hundreds of thousands of people here, and I just want them to be recognized by the fake news media. Turn your cameras, please, and show what's really happening out here, because these people are not going to take it any longer. They're not going to take it any longer. Go ahead, turn your cameras, please.
See, this is one of those, I mean, you can already tell something's up. Um, it's one of those type um, things whenever you, it's like, okay, what was you doing for the 9/11? Um, what was you doing whenever the space shuttle burst over the United States? What was you doing on January 6th? And those three questions, I mean, it just thrives right on into where you was, what you was doing. And I mean, it just seems like it was it was one of those times, because I'll tell you one thing, and I think I've said this on the channel. 2016, um, I did vote for Trump. A lot of trans people did. I think a lot of trans people regretted it afterwards, because not even 3 months into office, he started going after the trans people. And he started going after minorities that got him elected, such like um, he went after the whole LGBT. He just started with the gays and then went to trans people. I was starting to wonder what happened to make him want to do something like that. And I'm going to make a video later on that's going to describe in intricate detail on how a person transitions. So let's get right on into it, and hopefully we can, I mean, angry guy.
This would you show? They came from all over the world, actually, but they came from all over our country.
And you got to think, Washington, D.C. at this point in time is like super cold, because not only you're getting the coldness that is up where they're at, but you're also getting the winds off the ocean.
I just really want to see what they do. I just want to see how they cover it. I've never seen anything like it, but it would be really great if we could be covered fairly by the media. The media is the biggest problem we have, as far as I'm concerned. Single biggest problem. The fake news and the big tech. Big tech is now coming into their own.
If you wouldn't bash the tech companies and also the media companies, maybe they would have given you more of a fair shake. But whenever you start bashing and saying, "Oh, that's a dumb question and that's stupid," and all of that, whenever they're just trying to get your take on something, yeah, you're going to get nobody wanting to turn into you.
We beat them 4 years ago. We surprised them. We took them by surprise. And this year, they rigged an election. They rigged it like they've never rigged an election before. And by the way,
let's get into that. I can see some of it not being true. Okay. It's fair to say 2 to 5%, whenever you're talking about actual numbers, could go either way. That's the margin of error. Even if you went up to 10 or 15%, Trump would have lost anyway. Because it was the actual numbers of whenever well, from what 538 has on it, Road to 270 has on it, and everything else is 306 to 262, no, 232, somewhere in there. So I mean, even if you gave a 15-point leeway for former President Trump, you still wouldn't have reached 270.
Last night, they didn't do a bad job either, if you notice. I'm honest, and I want to thank you. It's just a great honor to have this kind of crowd and to be before you and hundreds of thousands of American patriots who are committed to the honesty of our elections and the integrity of our glorious republic. All of us here today do not want to.
The word republic, it's not the Republic States of America. It's the United States of America. And this is not a republic. DC is not a republic. DC is a district split up into 4 districts.
To see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done.
Fake news media. C-SPAN's covering you. Fox News, I want to say, was covering you. NBC, ABC, CBS was covering you. Basically, everybody was covering you, but yet you're still bashing them. And then on top of that, you said the leftists, okay, Democrats won the race. Even if you gave, like I said, a 15-point span, they won the race. Take your loss, move on. I mean, even if it was rigged for a couple of states, I mean, you're only going to get a couple of states. See, we don't have a vote like what a normal, or not normal, but what another country may have, because they based everything off of a popular vote. We have an electoral college, which our popular votes go into, and whoever is the majority, like here in Texas, most of the majority is Republican. So we do have some Democratic areas, and from what I understand from polling agencies coming up, that the state may turn blue again, but it's going to be a soft blue this time, not a hard blue like was back in the 1970s whenever they started voting in Ann Hutchinson as governor. But here's a thing. I mean, let's say if the majority of our state votes Republican, then we have to send a Republican vote up to the Electoral College, which they get 40 votes off of that one, off of the elector. Okay, say if it was 269 versus 269, then it would go to the Senate, which there's it's either 465 or 435, and then they would have a vote there. So if there is a third party, And they could vote the third party in from there, and we would have our first independent. But going back to saying that the election was stolen, the election was rigged, I truly believe, even with margin of error, you was not going to get the election. And I mean, it really, now that I see the light, I wouldn't have never, it's like after Republicans start getting stupid after Bush. Bush was smart, but Bush was goofy. And then it seemed like every Republican thereafter was just stupid. Then we end up, and I see the appeal with Trump, with former President Trump. A businessman, charismatic person, goes into the office, says that he's going to clear the swamp. But really, he only muddied it from one side to another. It really doesn't make sense on how, everything fell, and it really doesn't make sense on how everything just went to hell. I mean, we've had trans people since, even with Stonewall riots, 2 trans ladies decided that they was going to have enough. And that was, I want to say, in the 60s. And now it seems like Republicans that's all they have on their mouth is, oh, trans people. Oh, trans people. Okay, there's more problems in America than just trans people. There's kids that's going hungry, and kids that is failing in schools because we can't push a educational bill out there to where it's going to make them learn. But trans people, and it's just sad.
And what they're doing, we will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore. And that's what this is all about.
We're not going to take it anymore. We're not going back. Same message, but one's filled with hate and the other one's filled with hope.
And to use a favorite term that all of you people really came up with, we will stop the steal.
I don't remember stop the steal being a really big saying.
Today, I will lay out just some of the evidence proving that we won this election, and we won it by a landslide. This was not a close election. I say sometimes jokingly, but there's no joke about it. I've been in 2 elections. I won them both, and the second one, I won much bigger than the first, okay?
Just because your popular numbers goes up doesn't mean that you won the election. That just means more people voted for you, and you only got a certain amount of votes. You can actually look like on 270, road to 270 .com, I believe. It's either .com or .gov. And then 538.com. And you can find out what the actual results was, how much of the popular vote there was, and really it breaks it down by county. And sometimes you can find stuff by cities in that. Just a little info there, because I mean they have to report this. They have to. It's done by independent organization. Okay. They're not. Yes, they're affiliated with the government, but it's like the FBI, the ATF, the military as a whole are independent organizations run through the government. And yes, the president's the commander in chief, but there's a buffer there. And hopefully people will understand this, because I mean, yes, the president's the commander in chief, but the only people who answer really to him is the people in that house, that White House. Otherwise, you got chains of command, and you can't be just going from being a private, wearing a uniform and answering directly to the president. I mean, it's not. It doesn't happen that way.
Almost 75 million people voted for our campaign, the most of any incumbent president by far in the history of our country. 12 million more people than 4 years ago.
Now, I don't know the actual popular numbers, but like I said, 232 was the number.
And I was told by the real pollsters, we do have real pollsters, they know that we were going to do well and we were going to win. But I was told if I went from 63 million, which we had 4 years ago, to 66 million, there was no chance of losing. Well, we didn't go to 66, we went to 75 million, and they say we lost, we didn't lose.
Now, that's popular votes. And yes, you can still have the majority popular votes and still lose. Like I said, I don't know exactly what his popular numbers was. I will post them down in the comments. Or actually, I will post them in the description. And we will go on about that. But I mean, it's like what I said earlier. You can have the popular vote. Hillary won the popular vote. Trump won because of what each state wanted him to have. Like I said, it goes by the Electoral College, and it doesn't matter how many people got out and voted. Well, it does to a point. Just because you have the popular vote, like I said, doesn't mean that you're going to win. But you got people out there to vote saying, hey, look, we want this candidate in the White House. But in all actuality, whenever you have a majority, like I said, here in Texas, 90, well, not 90, but, you know, close to I'd say 55, 57% voted for Trump. Trump won 40 electoral votes. And the other candidate didn't win any. So there you go.
And by the way, does anybody believe that Joe had 80 million votes? Does anybody believe that?
The whole point of the Democratic vote is for people to get people out there to vote. Not necessarily for them to be like, oh yeah, just vote for me, just vote for me. No, get out there and vote. Don't matter who you vote for, vote. And if you don't like the person who, if you don't like the person, vote him out. Either way. And that's the same way I believe, is that if you don't like the person, vote him out. Vote somebody in there that you're going to like. But also take in consideration. Your vote not only affects you, but it affects everybody that you come in contact with, or you come, your friends, your family, your co-workers and stuff like that. Let's get technical here. And with that happening, see, I don't vote just for myself. I have certain rights that I want to stand up for. For mine's LGBT rights, women's rights, Native American rights, veterans' rights. And for me, this vote in November is going to be on behalf of the Democrats. Because I've seen the amount of disrespect that former President Trump has. And it's going to be in a different video. But yes, it definitely is a huge part of the reason why I vote. And like I said, I don't vote only for myself, but I vote for the people who need those voices. So, yeah.
He had 80 million computer votes.
100,000 people, he said. Look at this. 100,000 people, he said. This is, if a president is going to speak and he has 100,000 people, especially in the area where he is, they're going to be standing shoulder to shoulder, and it's going to look like a herd of cattle in there. There's not going to be room. There's not going to be like in between, like this guy in the red hat versus the guy in the white blazer over here, or coat, or whatever you want to call it. That's about 5-6 feet. There's going to be like 10 people in that area. But 100,000 people, especially right there, and you can see a monument in the background. I mean, there's not 100,000 people there. Maybe 1,000, 2,000, or more. A little bit more than that. Not 100,000
votes. It's a disgrace. There's never been anything like that. You could take third world countries. Just take a look. Take third world countries. Their elections are more honest than what we've been going through in this country. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Even when you look at last night, They're all running around like chickens with their heads cut off with boxes, and nobody knows what the hell is going on. There's never been anything like this. We will not let them silence your voices. We're not going to let.
Okay. Getting his, and I know I paused it several times just in the little bit over 4 minutes that we've had it on here. And I didn't think I was going to have to talk this much, but the thing is that with what he just said, third world countries having elections, some of them do. Some of them have elections, but they don't have millions and millions and millions of people. Okay, so yes, there is a buffer, let's say, and it's one of those things of, okay, 5 points can go either way. Okay, but once if it was that close, they would be like recount over recount over recount over recount just to certify the election. But whenever you have enough votes to where it's like this, where a person gets it at 306 and you're going for 232, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Let it happen. Not going to let it happen.
Instead of calming them down at this point in time, I can understand the reason why he was hyping them up. He was hyping them up. If you've seen a Trump rally, yes, they're all there for one person. If Trump doesn't get on stage, that place is going to be dead. Because what drew me to former President Trump was that he was this playboy billionaire, and he acted like one of my favorite superheroes, Oliver Queen, and I was, whenever I heard about him, whenever I was younger, I was like, okay, when is he going to put the green cape on and be the Green Arrow? Be a superhero. Now that I'm older, and now that I know exactly what went on, and how he treats his own family, and how he treats people around the world, I stand with John Kelly. I stand with all these Republicans that have found out about exactly how Trump is. But I also stand for justice, and I stand for truth. I'm always about seeking the truth, no matter what. Let's go.
Thank you. And I'd love to have, if those tens of thousands of people would be allowed, the military, the Secret Service, and we want to thank you, and the police, law enforcement, great, you're doing a great job. But I'd love it if they could be allowed to come up here with us. Is that possible? Can you just let them come up, please? And Rudy, you did a great job.
Another thing, what drew me in was the grandfather factor. He may have not treated his brother good, his brother's kid good, and that whole sort of that whole family. If you want to look up the 60 Minutes episode, I think it's with Australia, 60 Minutes Australia, and it's the just type in 60 Minutes Australia Fred Trump. Also the one with Mary Trump. That those two are like freaking good interviews, and it just tells you how much of a, I mean, yes, he's close to his family, he loves his family, you know, Don Jr., Eric, Ivanka, his wife, but whenever it comes to extended family, minus their brother, his brother, and stuff like that, it really changes demeanor. And I was actually referencing earlier. There's a YouTube video or YouTube. It's an actual mini movie on YouTube called "You've Been Trump Too," and it's TOO, not TWO. And then #unfit. #unfit is basically psychological analysis of the former president, and this is having therapists and psychiatrists from all over, not only in the United States, but across the pond too. And then You've Been Trump Too basically is about his Aberdeen golf course in Scotland. Very good shows to watch if you are guessing on what your views are and how your views count, the demeanor of the former president and also his company, and then life around him.
He's got guts. You know what? He's got guts. Unlike a lot of people in the Republican Party, he's got guts. He fights. And I'll tell you, thank you very much, John. Fantastic job. I watched. That's a tough act to follow, those two. John is one of the most brilliant lawyers in the country, and he looked at this and he said, what an absolute disgrace that this could be happening to our Constitution. And he looked at Mike Pence, and I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All he has to do, this is from the number one, or certainly one of the top constitutional lawyers in our country. He has the absolute right to do it. We're supposed to protect our country, support our Constitution, and protect our Constitution. States want to revote. The states got defrauded. They were given false information. They voted on it. Now they want to recertify. They want it back. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify. And we become president, and you are the happiest people.
Okay, here's the truth on that. There was 2 states that had to recertify their votes. That one of them's always been Florida. I don't know where it is, but Florida was one of them. And then the other one was Georgia, because Georgia was a really, really close race. 0.02, I believe, or it may have been a 0.2 on both sides. So yes, there was recertifications on them too. But and all of this is public knowledge. I will say it like that. All of this is public knowledge, and one way that you get out there and find this public knowledge is by doing your research, especially on the candidates. That's one thing that I preach all the time. Research, research, research. Don't just go by what the news tells you. Research. But yeah, 2 states had to research. One of them was Florida. I want to say the other one was Georgia. And basically it was because it was too close. And then Florida, there's always been a margin of error of like 10%. But I mean, either 10%, either way, it wouldn't it would have cost him. If it would have flipped the other way around, let's say Florida went blue. Florida holds a 30 vote or 30 electoral votes. So it would have went up to 333 or 332. No, 336. Sorry. My bad. You got to think it's 2:45 in the morning here. Been making content. 336 versus 202. That's what it would have been if Florida would have flipped. So yeah, I mean, you can't really say, and there was this whole thing, well, Pence didn't have to certify it, and Trump could have went in for 4 more years. You're right. It's right about that. Pence did not have to certify it. He could have went party over country. But here's the thing about being a person for this country, a patriot for this country. You should not use party over country, because that's not how the founding fathers wanted this. The founding fathers disagreed and did not want a 2-party system. Although they did have it from like 3rd president all the way until now. It's literally been a 2-party system. But they did not want that at first. And of course, they linked George Washington to one of the 2-party systems because of the way his issues was. And one of his issues, I mean, just capitalized on that 2-party system, and that's how they put him. Whether he was that way or not, we never will know. But yeah, I mean, there was one where, like I was saying, there was a conspiracy theory of Pence needed to find 11,000 votes and would not sign the country back over to former President Trump. That's the reason why he does not endorse Trump today. Also, there was one where he could have held the party over the country and just didn't certify the country, which would have led into a war. That would have been the beginning of Civil War number 2. Democrats versus Republicans. And we've seen a split since Bush, really, that where it seems like the independence has total common sense. But you have the Democrats going the left side of crazy, and then you have the Republicans going the right side of crazy, and you're like, where's the rope to tie them together? Let's make this America just whole again. Don't make it where it's like, oh, they stole the election, they did this, they did that. It doesn't matter. The thing is that our nation is more ununited since, and I keep on saying it, since the Republicans think that they can just do whatever they want to. And Democrats the same way, but on the opposite end. Now, do I think that there needs to be a middle? Yes. It's like I said, it's literally gonna end up in not a World War III, but a Civil War, and it's gonna be red versus blue. And I never would have thought that, being from the 80s and 90s. You know, you may have disagreed with people like President Reagan, President Bush, President Clinton, the other President Bush, President Obama. But it seemed like the more after the second Bush, it just went just out of the way. And being from, like I said, being from the 80s, being born in 84 and seeing, younger whenever, people talk about Reagan, people talk about George Bush Sr., and stuff like that. And then being a part of the, of what went on, and Brian, whenever President Bush was laid to rest, I mean, you kind of wonder, where's our government going? How's it going to get back together? And you just hope for the best and hope that everybody can just compromise and get along. Because is the government really that influential and interesting to where you don't want to be united with your fellow American? There's people that, like, if if a Democrat or an independent comes over to a Republican's house, they get cussed out. Not hi, it's, go, you know, and it's bad. And the same way with, I have friends that are like diehard Democrats, and there's no getting together with like a Republican, because they'll drop that friendship. Same way with the Republican, and like I said, me being an independent, I tried to be friends with both sides, but does that work? Not all the time, because the Republicans see it. Well, you're just trans. You're just this. You're making this a thing. I'm sorry. Why don't you not worry about who I am? And let's try to fix this country by one person at a time.
And I just spoke to Mike. I said, Mike, that doesn't take courage. What takes courage is to do nothing. That takes courage. And then we're stuck with a president who lost the election by a lot, and we have to live with that for 4 more years. We're just not going to let that happen. Many of you have traveled from all across the nation to be here, and I want to thank you for the extraordinary love. That's what it is. There's never been a movement like this, ever, ever. For the extraordinary love for this amazing country and this amazing movement. Thank you.
So it's country over party. And that's exactly, and if you fast forward it to whenever they talked to him, to Vice President Pence, about how he took care of this, it was country over party. And that's the way it should be. Not just Democratic, or being a Democrat or a Republican or an independent. It's country over party, because you have to have that peaceful transition of power. And you see it from right here with him. There's no there's no peaceful transfer of power. And furthermore, I want to say it was this. I think the January 6th speech was supposed to be a concession speech, meaning that was going to be the start of the peaceful transfer of power from former President Trump to President Biden. You see where it went.
By the way, this goes all the way back past the Washington Monument. Do you believe this? Look at this. Unfortunately, they gave the press the prime seats. I can't stand that. No, but you look at that behind. I wish.
Even though they laughs about they gave the press the prime seats. Yeah, if you're wanting to be on TV like you do, I mean, you're really loving the actual view that you're getting on mine. I mean, but I joke about that. But anyway, if you want to be on TV, the press has to have the prime seats here to get you on TV.
That flip those cameras and look behind you. That is the most amazing sight. When they make a mistake, you get to see it on television. Amazing. Amazing. All the
There's about, okay. This is a good view. This is a good setup. Yes. In between the porta potties back here in the back, the tent, all the way over to the tent. Well, you can't see it because I got it stretched a little bit too much on the screen. Okay, these porta potties, this roll of porta potties that's going all the way back over here, there's a tent right there, and then there's a tent directly over. I mean, yeah, there's a couple, I'd say about 1,000, maybe 1,500 here. But if he says, say it's all the way to the Lincoln Memorial, or not Lincoln Memorial, like I said, 3 o'clock in the morning. This, yeah. If he says that it's all the way back there, which it could be, I mean, I don't know, because they didn't have the technology like what they have now within the cameras, where it's like super HD. And you could tell a freckle from way back there. But I mean, it could be 3,000 or 4,000 people just in this little bit of area. But I mean, there's a lot of dishonesty and stuff like that, and I just wish that it would be addressed and people would be like, okay, now I see it.
the way back. And don't worry, we will not take the name off the Washington Monument. We will not. Cancel
Washington
culture.
Monument.
You know, they wanted to get rid of the Jefferson Memorial.
Sorry.
Either take it down or just
Monument.
put somebody else in there. I don't think that's going to happen. It damn well better not. Although with this administration, if this happens, it could happen. You'll see some really bad things happen. They'll knock out Lincoln, too, by the way. They've been taking his statue down. But then we signed a little law. You hurt our monuments. You hurt our heroes. You go to jail for 10 years, and everything stopped. You notice that? It stopped. It all stopped.
I'm gonna make a video on this a little bit later, because he says this back in 2020, and in 2024 he goes to the Arlington National Cemetery, goes to section 60, which is newly graves, last 40, 50 years. And basically gives a smirk and a thumbs up, you know. And for one, there's not supposed to be photos in section 60. They even frown upon photos with the family members even taking them. And he was using this as a political stunt in section 60, even though that families invited him back there. Now, with the election so close, you know, I kind of feel sad that uh, Kamala wasn't there. But in all actuality, it would have been a shouting match. Well, it would not been a shouting match. It would have been her standing there holding her voice while Trump would have been on. And I'm just going on the truthfulness of the vibe, and not only the vibe, but the truthfulness of this business guy that you see. There wouldn't have been a calm area. You would have seen former President Trump melt, and would have been a meltdown for so long and stuff like that. But yeah, the reason why those people are buried in that cemetery, those 13 people, those 13 individuals, wasn't because of Vice President Kamala Harris. It was because there wasn't no. I always go back to superheroes. You know, one may die to save a million people, but in all actuality, former President Trump was actually, and like I said, I'm going to make a different video on this, so I'm just going to lightly touch into this. But former President Trump was trying to evacuate Afghanistan. The people that was over there, 13 people died, but those 13 people didn't have to if Trump would have, or if former President Trump would have pulled out whenever he said that he was going to pull out. That was at the beginning of his term. It took President Biden to go in there and pull out, and about that time, I mean, tensions was already high and stuff like that. We couldn't save everybody. So I mean, yes, in some instances I don't blame anybody, but in some instances I definitely blame Trump. I blame the former president, because he said that he was going to do this at the beginning. That was one of his key points. That's one of them that I was like, you know, if he did it, awesome. If he didn't do it, that was a problem. And it was a problem. So, yeah.
And they could use Rudy back in New York City, Rudy. They could use you. Your city's going to hell.
I will say it like this: before he got with, Mayor Giuliani got with the Trump campaign, he was a pretty stand-up guy. He was a Republican, but he was a firm, fair Republican. Now that he's gotten with this guy, it's like he wears diapers now.
They want Rudy Giuliani back in New York.
They do not want Rudy Giuliani back in New York. People's already said that.
We'll get a little younger version of Rudy. Is that okay, Rudy? We're gathered together in the heart of our nation's capital for one very, very basic and simple reason: to save our democracy. You know, most candidates on election evening, and of course, this thing goes on so long, they still don't have any idea what the votes are. We still have congressional seats under review. They have no idea. They've totally lost control. They've used the pandemic as a way of defrauding the people in a proper election. But you know,
the pandemic started with you. It came from China, yes. But he started blaming China, he started blaming China, he started blaming China instead of, trying to work on a solid cure. But then he went and started basically, well, if you just put bleach in your veins. I mean, it probably helps with, him not having all that makeup on. As white as he is, bleach works, man. Bleach works. I'm joking on that, but in all actuality, that was one of his things. And then another thing is that he was urging people to get the vaccine, and then turn around, and after he got in office, don't take the vaccine, don't do this, don't do that, and people would listen to him. The thing is that if he didn't argue and try to be a scientist himself and listen to Dr. Fauci, an actual doctor, and listen to medical reasoning and medical staff and trying to learn as much as what he can to make a educated decision, our COVID death numbers wouldn't have been like they was. We wouldn't have had to shut down our country like what we did. I remember walking to work because I could not get a ride. Everybody, ooh, COVID's floating around. I got a mask. I don't care. You can get it through the mask. Oh, yeah, you could if you bought the world's crappiest mask, but whenever I spend $30 on a mask, sometimes it was hard to breathe in it. That's how thick that mask was. In all actuality, like I said, if he would have made educated decisions and not on the fly decisions, our COVID death numbers would be plummeted. Okay, we wouldn't hardly have any. But we've had people, and I know of one person that passed away because of being misdiagnosed. And of course, it's brought on because during that time, the president didn't want to listen. The vice president didn't want to listen. They got rid of the CDC department that was in the White House and everything else. So, yeah, I lost a friend from it. Actually, a couple of friends from it. And I mean, I've caught the virus 4 times. It's nothing to play around with, but nobody, even nowadays, we know more, but we don't know as much as what we could have known if we would have studied it from day one. Instead of arguing, instead of saying, oh, you're wrong, instead of listening to an actual doctor. You know what? But I look at numbers from all over the place. And I go back to what the DNC said, and I watched both of them. I watched the RNC and I watched the DNC. The RNC was, I mean, it put me to sleep because of, it seemed like it was just a homage to Trump. The DNC, I want to say it was night 2. Yeah, I want to say it was night 2. And whenever former President Clinton got up on stage and gave direct numbers, and these are the numbers I've found to be the majority of the numbers that I've seen, and I've looked at almost 40 websites. Since Reagan, the numbers for the amount of jobs for the Democrats has been 50,000, no, not 50,000, 50 million jobs. Where the Republicans, in that same time span, only got 1 million jobs. 50 to 1 in the same time span. Yes, if you look, if you go and watch any type of financial channel, and they're talking about the, you know, the amount of money that we make and the amount of jobs and stuff like that. It's really bounced back since President Biden took the Oval Office back. Yes, there was a decline because of the pandemic, but even if you cut off that little bit of the that year or so that was in lockdown, if you knock that off and even drew that same line, it would not have equaled up to what President Biden put in. And this has been over 40 different websites about the same, if not more, different videos I watch that's on the independent side of things. So our country has weathered, and yet we get, it's like his message nowadays is our country is going down. We need to fight. We need to get me back into office. And the Democrats, we're not going to take it. We don't want to go back. We want to have the, the best economy in the world. And to tell you the truth, with all the stuff that I'm seeing, Democrats got it.
When you see this and when you see what's happening, number one, they all say, sir, we'll never let it happen again. I said, that's good, but what about 8 weeks ago? They try and get you to go. They say, sir, in 4 years, you're guaranteed. I said, I'm not interested right now. Do me a favor, go back 8 weeks. I want to go back 8 weeks. Let's go back 8 weeks. We want to go back and we want to get this right, because we're going to have somebody in there that should not be in there, and our country will be destroyed, and we're not going to stand for that. For years, Democrats have gotten away with election fraud and weak Republicans, and that's what they are. There's so many weak Republicans, and we have great ones. Jim Jordan and some of these guys, they're out there fighting. The House guys are fighting. But it's incredible. Many of the Republicans, I helped them get in. I helped them get elected. I helped Mitch get elected.
You also helped Kamala Harris get elected. Little known true fact. There is a picture of a check that was an actual check that he helped her. I want to say it was $5,000.
I helped. I could name 24 of them, let's say. I won't bore you with it. And then all of a sudden you have something like this, and it's like, gee, maybe I'll talk to the president sometime later. No, it's amazing. The weak Republicans, they're pathetic Republicans, and that's what happens. If this happened to the Democrats, there'd be hell all over the country.
Here's the thing. Just imagine what he's saying right now about his own party versus what he says about his voters.
Going on. There'd be hell all over the country. But just remember this, you're stronger, you're smarter, you've got more going than anybody, and they try and demean everybody having to do with us, and you're the real people. You're the people that built this nation. You're not the people that tore down our nation. The weak Republicans, and that's it, I really believe it. I think I'm going to use the term, the weak Republicans. You got a lot of them, and you got a lot of great ones, but you got a lot of weak ones. They've turned a blind eye, even as Democrats enacted policies that chipped away our jobs, weakened our military, threw open our...
Weak Republicans that work with Democrats. That's called bipartisanship, and it's not weak Republicans. It's actual Republicans that have country over party mentality. And that's more of what we need. We need people that's going to be bipartisan, that's going to be looking at what's best for our country versus, or not what's best for our country, what's better for the nation, instead of whose pockets I've got to fill. And this also kind of, because at this point in time, there was a lot of stuff coming out about former President Trump, that he was in investigations with other countries and so on and so forth, because he owes countries money and stuff like that. And this was a last minute push to be put into the White House, to where he could send, he didn't have the money to spend the way he wanted it. He was paying off other countries.
Our borders and put America last. Did you see the other day where Joe Biden said, I want to get rid of the America First policy? What's that all about? Get rid of, how do you say I want to get rid of?
That was a lie. He never did say that.
Of America First. Even if you're going to do it, don't talk about it, right? Unbelievable what we have to go through. What we have to go through, and you have to get your people to fight. And if they don't fight, we have to primary the hell out of the ones that don't fight. You primary them, we're gonna let you.
How are you primarying them? What is this primarying them? I want to know this. I want to know this. Or is this a Trump special word?
You know who they are. I could already tell you, frankly. But this year, using the pretext of the China virus and the scam of mail-in ballots.
Mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots, not ballots. Our mail-in ballots are for our people who can't get around, who can't go to a center, to a school, a volunteer fire department, or whatever, the military that is an active duty across the world and stuff like that. Our mail-in ballots are because of those type of people, our shut-ins in our military that's everywhere else. And you're saying that it's bad? No, it's not bad.
Democrats attempted the most brazen and outrageous election theft, and there's never been anything like this. It's a pure theft in American history. Everybody knows it. That election, our election, was over at 10 o'clock in the evening. We're leading Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia by hundreds of thousands of votes. And then late in the evening or early in the morning, boom, these explosions of bullshit. And all of a sudden,
now, you preach that you are Christian, but you openly came out with that word. And I know what people are going to say. Well, who doesn't cuss? You're right. Who doesn't cuss? I cuss all the time. But the thing is that I already say that I am a cussing preacher. I'm more I it's one of those things. I grew up in Texas and I cuss. I mean, yes. And I haven't really watched and I haven't really kept my filter on. I try to keep my filter on during these videos. Sometimes it just, comes out. But I try to have family friendly content. But I mean, whenever it comes to Christianity and Trump, I think that's where he gets his major base from. And the thing is that his version of Christianity, it's like if Jesus is holding a 50 cal machine gun and mowing down everybody. Is it right? No. Jesus taught about love and forgiveness and stuff like that. But it's like everything's. I compare him to another superhero thing, Batman, in that point of view of paranoia. And I think that's what really got him, and the reason why he's on the run right now is the paranoia. Because you see what's going on here. It's like instead of accepting the defeat and choosing country over party, he chose party over country, and he is like, we're not backing down. We're not being condemned, and we're not doing this, and we're not doing that. That's all fine and great and dandy, but take your L, go home, run in 4 years. If you get it, but don't have other think tanks writing your 180-day policies that you want to get in. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
All of a sudden, it started to happen.
Now you got all of those Christians yelling BS.
Don't forget when Romney got beat. Romney, did you see his? I wonder if he enjoyed his flight in last night. But when Romney got beaten, you know, he stands up like your more typical. Well, I'd like to congratulate the victor. The victor. Who is the victor, Mitt? I'd like to congratulate. They don't go and look at the facts. No, I don't know. He got.
Yes, it's called peaceful power. You know, and it's called a concession speech for a reason. If a person loses, you go up there, hey, you was a better person. Sorry, I'll run next time and try to beat you, but, you know, thank you for allowing me to have this this time, this effort. Hey, my people, support this guy or support this person in all that they do. That's called a concession, that's called, okay, hey, look, here you go. Let's put this in Trump words where everybody can. It's one of those speeches that if you lose, you just walk away. One of those, you congratulate the victor and walk away.
Got slaughtered, probably. Maybe it was okay. Maybe it was, that's what happened. But we look at the facts, and our election was so corrupt that in the history of this country, we've never seen anything like it. You can go all the way back. You know, America is blessed with elections all over the world. They talk about our elections. You know what the world says about us now? They say we don't have free and fair elections. And you know what else? We don't have a free and fair press. Our media is not free. It's not fair. It suppresses thought. It suppresses speech. And it's become the enemy of the people. It's become the enemy of the people. It's the biggest problem we have in this country. No third world countries would even attempt to do what we caught them doing. And you'll hear about that in just a few minutes. Republicans are constantly fighting like a boxer with his hands tied behind his back. It's like a boxer. And we want to be so nice. We want to be so respectful of everybody, including bad people. And we're going to have to fight much harder. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country, because you're sworn to uphold our Constitution. Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol, and we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women, and we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Okay. Here, we're only we're at the 15-minute, about mid 15-minute mark into this video, and he's already calling for people to walk down to the Capitol building and walk and do this, okay? And in the mindset of these people, you already riled them up to the point where they want to fight. They want to fight because you riled them up. And then you're saying, okay, it's okay for you to walk down to the Capitol, being riled up. You already talked how some Republicans are bad, most Republicans are bad, all Democrats are bad. I mean, you're given the same type of speech like Hitler did to start, you know, going after people that didn't want to be around Germany. I mean, I've read that, and whenever I looked at this speech and I found out his reading, like his lot of books that he read, this is a definite Hitler-esque move. Am I calling him the American Hitler? No. But if you don't know how Hitler persuaded his people to do the things they did, read Hitler's book. It's in English, believe it or not. And that's the crazy thing. It's in English. It's not crazy, but I mean, it's one of those books where you kind of want to learn German just to read it in his own words. But it's one of those things whenever I looked up like his reading list and stuff like that of like, I mean, you have The Art of War. Then you had Mein Kampf. I think I'm saying that right. You had all of these books that was on his reading list, and basically that's a freaking tremendous too right there. I mean, I would think that you would have something from the Dalai Lama, but I mean, but with those two just right there, I mean, it really makes perfectly good sense on how he's choosing his words and to what aspect that he did. Now, I will say it like this. Whenever he got off and this rally was over there in DC, where he went back to the White House, these people at this rally went, well, I'm not going to say them, I'm not going to say all of them. Most of them went to the Capitol, broke into the Capitol, stormed right through it. They had to, you know, board up and box themselves in. These representatives, these House members, employees, the only ones that was like right in the middle of the fire of this whole crowd was the police. There was a couple officers that died. There was a couple officers that was injured really, really, really bad. So was this an insurrection? Was this one of those plots to where you say, hey, look, we'll go down there. We'll do this. And then we will make America great again. I mean, literally, whenever you say that. And this is only 15 and a half minutes in.
We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. Lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Today we will see whether Republicans stand strong for integrity of our elections, but whether or not they stand strong for our country. Our country. Our country has been under siege for a long time, far longer than this 4-year period. We've set it on a much straighter course, I thought, 4 more years, I thought it would be easy. We created the greatest economy in history. We rebuilt our military. We get you the biggest tax cuts in history, right? We got you the biggest regulation cuts. There's no president, whether it's 4 years, 8 years.
Now, I'm not gonna sit here and go over policy, performance, and stuff like that. I believe, and what I believe that he was a sham, a con artist that took what we thought he would do, and that he was going to be the better of two evils, and literally, like I said, was a literal con artist. So I'm not going to touch on policy because every American president has done good and has done bad at the same time. But there's never been a president, and I'm gonna this is my last statement for right now. There's never been a president to actually just stage a revolt at the end. This is more autocrat. I wouldn't say autocrat. It's almost like an authoritarian type president. One of those that, it's like dictator-esque. And it's already been told that he wants to be dictator for one day. But if you're a dictator for one day, it's going to be a dictator for the rest of the days while you're in office.
Years, or in one case more, got anywhere near the regulation cuts. It used to take 20 years to get a highway approved. Now we're down to 2. I want to get it down to 1, but we're down to 2. And it may get rejected for environmental or safety reasons, but we got it down, the safety. We created Space Force. Look at what we did. Our military has been totally rebuilt. So we create Space Force, which by and of itself is a major achievement for an administration.
Here's a question. What exactly is Space Force? Can anybody tell me? I mean, are we going to eventually have a Sith Lord and have Darth Vader and be that, or is this a whole Picard, type, or what's that movie, Spaceballs, with Rick Moranis in it? Is it going to be like, we have assholes on this ship? Oh, assholes say hi. Hi. That whole thing. I say that jokingly, but I mean, really? Space Force?
And
it's like he was watching too much Star Wars, Star Trek, Spaceballs. I mean, any type of space program, Lost in Space, something like that. I mean, really. And that's not just a joke. That's a actual grab at this, this whole thing, because there's no land, air, and sea. Who is freaking out there in space? Are we patrolling the space for aliens now? I mean, it's not like we're going into other galaxies. We have this space program that is like you. I mean, it's stupid. It's stupid. That's what it is.
with us, it's one of so many different things. Right to try. Everybody know about right to try. We did things that nobody ever thought possible. We took care of our vets. Our vets, the VA now, has the highest rating, 91%, the highest rating that it's had from the beginning. 91% approval rating. Always you
Won't be whenever this Project 2025 gets in there, along with Agenda 47. Look it up. Telling you right now, they're cutting VA benefits, they're cutting veterans benefits, they're cutting just about everything, along with Social Security and stuff like that. Read it, get your mind, like I said, research.
You watch the VA, it was on television every night, people living in a horrible, horrible manner. We got that done. We got accountability done. We got it so that now in the VA, you don't have to wait for 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 4 months to see a doctor. If you can't get a doctor, you go outside, you get the doctor, you have them taken care of, and we pay the doctor. And we've not only made life...
The lie. we're still having to deal with the same type, and I'll say it like this, especially living with a friend that is a veteran. Um, he's had to wait, wait. There, it didn't matter whether it was in Trump's era, but also in Biden's era. I mean, it's the same thing over and over and over again. It's like Kamala Harris said, you know, whenever he starts pulling jokes on her, talking about her heritage and everything else, same sad Trump playbook. Move on.
Wonderful for so many people. We've saved tremendous amounts of money, far secondarily, but we've saved a lot of money. And now we have the right to fire bad people in the VA. We had 9,000 people that treated our veterans horribly. In prime time, they would not have treated our veterans badly, but they treated our veterans horribly. And we have what's called the VA Accountability Act. And the accountability says if we see...
I never did hear about these acts whenever he was in office. I know that there was some acts that passed after, I want to say mid President Biden's term. And by the way, for those who don't know it, President Biden basically said that he was only going to be serving one term, not two. He was going to try to serve two, but he was like, for sure, one term.
See somebody in there that doesn't treat our vets well, or they steal, they rob, they do things badly, we say, Joe, you're fired. Get out of here. Before you couldn't do that. You couldn't do that before. So we've taken...
You still can't do it now. It's called democracy. It's a pretty big thing here in America.
Taken care of things. We've done things like nobody's ever thought possible. And that's part of the reason that many people don't like us, because we've done too much. But we've done it quickly, and we were going to sit home and watch a big victory, and everybody had us down for a victory. It was going to be great. And now...
There's a realization from a person who has voted for former President Trump, that it's a breath of fresh air whenever you don't have to turn on the TV and hear, oh, we've got the best, we've got this, we got the best, we got this, we're gonna fire all the losers, and we're gonna our military's losers and suckers, and all of this other. I mean, like I said, I stand with John Kelly on this, which is a general, or a former general now, of the United States military, that was right up under President Trump whenever he was at Arlington once before, and called them losers and suckers because they died. Now that's just hearsay, because I can't find it anywhere on well, I can find retired General John Kelly saying this, but I cannot quote unquote find former President Trump saying it.
Now we're out here fighting.
But they're both Republicans, so I mean, I would take a vet's word over his any day.
I said to somebody I was going to take a few days and relax after our big electoral victory. 10 o'clock, it was over. But I was going to take a few days. And I can say this. Since our election, I believe, which was such a catastrophe when I watched, and even these guys knew what happened. They know what happened. They're saying, wow, Pennsylvania is insurmountable. Wow. Wisconsin, look at the big leads we had, right? Even though the press said we're going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points. Even though the press said Ohio's going to be close, we set a record. Florida's going to be close, we set a record. Texas is going to be close.
He only won Texas by 5.5. Just right over the error of margin. And on I like how he's coming in and saying, oh, it's going to be close, but then you look at the thing, and here's the thing: whenever you go to the primaries, only 20 to 23% of the people get out and vote. Like me, I don't make my vote known until the actual time to vote in November. But in the primaries, whenever you're choosing whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, so on and so forth, blah, 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 it's one of those things where you're like, you have 20 to 27% of the votes tallied at that time. You won't know the full 100% of the vote until November. I mean, it blows my mind that people don't know this type of information. But in all actuality, I'm guessing that it's not widely taught now, or otherwise I listened way too well in school.
Texas is going to be close. We set a record, and we set a...
You did not set a record. I think the actual record was set by W, which is Bush Jr. I think that one, I think he set the record for like 10 points.
A record with his...
But that was his state too.
Hispanic, with the black community. We set a record with everybody. Today we see a very important event, though, because right over there, right there, we see the event going to take place, and I'm going to be watching because history is going to be made. We're going to see whether or not we have great and courageous leaders, or whether or not we have leaders that should be ashamed of themselves. Throughout history, throughout eternity, they'll be ashamed. And you know what? If they do the wrong thing, we should never, ever forget that they did. Never forget. We should never, ever forget. With only 3 of the 7 states in question, we win the presidency of the United States. And by the way, it's much more important today than it was 24 hours ago, because, I spoke to David Perdue, what a great person, and Kelly Loeffler, 2 great people, but it was a setup. And I said, we have no backline anymore. The only backline, the only line of demarcation, the only line that we have is the veto of the President of the United States. So this is now what we're doing, a far more important election than it was 2 days ago.
Can't really say that there's a backline. Or that there isn't a backline. Because if a president vetoes a bill or vetoes anything, Congress, all they have to do is pass it by 2/3. Now, if the president is Democratic, the Congress is Democratic, and the Senate is Republicans, then yeah, you got a problem. So,
ago, I want to thank the more than 140 members of the House. Those are warriors. They're over there working like you've never seen before, studying, talking, actually going all the way back, studying the roots of the Constitution, because they know we have the right to send a bad vote that was illegally gotten. They gave these people bad things to vote for, and they voted because what did they know? And then when they found out a few weeks later, again, it took them 4 years to devise this screen. And the only unhappy person in the United States, single most unhappy, is Hillary Clinton, because she said, why didn't you do this for me 4 years ago? Why didn't you do this for me 4 years ago?
Country over your certain groups, Trump. And you can't say that Hillary said that because you didn't see Hillary after she had to basically concede to Trump. You didn't see her. I mean, she probably made a statement of, hey, look, thank you. Hopefully this goes well, just like President Obama did whenever he did the peaceful transition of power, or tried to. It just seemed like everything that, if you really look over at the years that former President Trump had, everything was bad. Everything was bad. He treated people bad. He didn't like people. He still don't like people. He wants to take away women's rights. He wants to be in our bedrooms. Is that what we want in a president?
Change the votes, 10,000 in Michigan. You could have changed the whole thing, but she's not too happy. You don't see her anymore. What happened? Where's Hillary? Where is she?
Whenever you're voting, you have the blue wall, which is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, known as the blue wall. With those states right there, whoever wins all three of them is primarily the next president. Those three right there basically is what makes the president, and they flip-flop. Sometimes it'll be Democratic, sometimes it'll be Republican, but it's known as the blue wall because primarily Democrats win it, and most of the time after they win something like that, they go on into office. Look at the past elections. Former President Obama, former President Clinton. I mean, just right on back. I mean, if you looked at those three states, I don't think that there's ever been a Democratic president that hasn't won on all three. That's something to really look at. I'll try to do a video on that because that seems interesting.
But I want to thank all of those congressmen and women. I also want to thank our 13 most courageous members of the U.S. Senate, Senator Ted Cruz, Senator Ron Johnson, Senator Josh Hawley.
God, he says, thank you to Ted Cruz, but Ted Cruz and him I hope Colin Allred beats Ted Cruz this year. I really do. So, yeah.
Kelly Loeffler. And Kelly Loeffler, I'll tell you, she's been so great. She worked so hard. So let's give her and David a little special hand because it was rigged against them. Let's give her and David. Kelly Loeffler, David Perdue. They fought a good race. They never had a shot. That equipment should never have been allowed to be used. And I was telling these people, don't let them use this stuff. Marcia Blackburn, terrific person. Mike Braun, Indiana. Steve Daines, great guy. Bill Haggerty. John Kennedy. James Langford, Cynthia Lummis. Tommy Tuberville, the coach. And Roger Marshall. We want to thank them. Senators that stepped up, we want to thank them. I actually think, though, it takes, again, more courage not to step up. And I think a lot of those people are going to find that out. And you better start looking at your leadership because your leadership has led you down the tubes. You know, we don't want to give $2,000 to people. We want to give them $600. Oh, great. How does that play politically? Pretty good. And this has nothing to do with politics. But how does it play politically?
Trying to get our economy restarted again. I mean, politics 101.
China destroyed these people. We didn't destroy them. China destroyed them. Totally destroyed them. We want to give them $600. And they just wouldn't change. I said, give them $2,000. We'll pay it back. We'll pay it back fast. You already owe $26 trillion. Give them a couple of bucks. Let them live. Give them a couple.
That's the reason why we owe I think the last numbers was 8.41 more trillion dollars on top of the deficit that we owe nowadays.
Couple of bucks. And some of the people here disagree with me on that, but I just say, look, you got to let people live. And how does that play, though? Okay, number one, it's the right thing to do. But how does that play politically? I think it's the primary reason, one of the primary reasons. The other was just pure cheating. That was the primary, super primary reason. But you can't do that. You've got to use your head. As you know, the media has constantly asserted the outrageous lie that there was no evidence of widespread fraud. You ever see these people? While there is no evidence of fraud, oh really? Well, I'm going to read you pages. I hope you don't get bored listening to it. Promise? Don't get bored listening to it. All those hundreds of thousands of people back there. Move them up, please. Yeah. All these people, don't get bored. Don't get angry at me because you're going to get bored because it's so much. The American people do not believe the corrupt fake news anymore. They have ruined their reputation. But, you know, it used to be that they'd argue with me. I'd fight. So I'd fight, they'd fight, I'd fight, they'd fight. Bop, bop. You'd believe me, you'd believe them. Somebody comes out, you know. They had their point of view, I had my point of view. But you'd have an argument. Now what they do is they go silent. It's called suppression. And that's what happens in a communist country. That's what they do. They suppress. You don't fight with them anymore unless it's a bad story. If they have a little bad story about me, they make it 10 times worse and it's a major headline.
No, it's more like whenever you've tried to, whenever a reporter asks you a question and you deem it stupid, well, next question. I'm sorry, we asked you a question. No, next question. And then whenever you ain't gonna, you know, whenever other people is like, hey, answer my colleague's question, and you just walk away. Yeah.
But Hunter Biden, they don't talk about him. What happened to Hunter? Where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? They don't talk about him. Now watch, all the sets will go off. Well, they can't do that because they get good ratings. The ratings are too good. Now, where's Hunter? You know, and how come Joe was allowed to give $1 billion of money to get rid of the prosecutor in Ukraine? How does that happen? I'd ask you that question. How does that happen? Can you imagine if
I don't think that ever did happen. I think that's another lie. Like I said, not trying to step in on politics per se, but I know that Hunter Biden had a laptop, and basically, yes, it did have some stuff on there. So, you know, it's being prosecuted, but it's being prosecuted just same way as Trump got prosecuted. It's because it's a high value person and they want to drag it out and they want to have this, they want to have that. I mean, Trump's not the only high value person. Hunter Biden is Doug Emhoff. I mean, you want to really get technical, anybody that's in that White House, whether you live there or whether you work there, you're high value. So yeah, I mean, and anytime that you make a story and it sticks and stuff like that, people are gonna do what they gotta do.
said that, if I said that, it would be a whole different ballgame. And how come Hunter gets $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife and gets hundreds of thousands of dollars to sit on an energy board, even though he admits he has no knowledge of energy?
You had no knowledge of being a president, but we elected you a president.
And millions of dollars up front. And how come they go into China and they leave with billions of dollars to manage? Have you managed money before? No, I haven't. Oh, that's good. Here's about $3 billion. No, they don't talk about that. No, we have a corrupt media. They've gone silent. They've gone dead.
Because you pushed them that way. If you wouldn't have said, oh, this is fake news, this is that, this is this, and this is that, I mean, the media would be like, still wanting to talk to you. But I mean, even nowadays, this is in 2024. This happened 4 years ago. I mean, if you was nicer, and it's like what I said earlier, if you're nicer to the media instead of being a total dick to them, I mean, maybe they'll be okay with you.
I now realize how good it was. If you go back 10 years, I realize how good, even though I didn't necessarily love him, I realized how good. It was like a cleansing motion, right? But we don't have that anymore. We don't have a fair media anymore. It's suppression, and you have to be very careful with that. And they've lost all credibility in this country. We will not be intimidated into accepting the hoaxes and the lies that we've been forced to believe. Over the past several weeks, we've amassed overwhelming evidence about a fake election. This is the presidential election. Last night was a little bit better because of the fact that we had a lot of eyes watching one specific state, but they cheated like hell anyway. You have one of the dumbest governors in the United States. And you know, when I endorsed him, I didn't know this guy. At the request of David Perdue, he said, a friend of mine's running for governor. What's his name? And you know the rest. He was in 4th place, 5th place. I don't know. He was doing poorly. I endorsed him. He went like a rocket ship and he won. And then I had to beat Stacey Abrams with this guy, Brian Kemp. I had to beat Stacey Abrams. And I had to beat Oprah. Used to be a friend of mine. You know, I was on her last.
Brian Kemp, the Republican governor of Georgia. He's the worst governor ever, Trump says. Meaning that he stuck to his morals. He may have been Republican, but he put country over party. Sounds about right.
Last show or last week, she picked the 5 outstanding people. I don't think she thinks that anymore. Once I ran for president, I didn't notice there were too many calls coming in from Oprah. Believe it or not, she used to like me, but I was one of the 5.
I mean, Oprah's been very influential in the independent. And if you do right by her, she'll endorse you. But if you don't do right by her, oh, it's political, and also I would have loved to been on Oprah. I would love to interview Oprah because her knowledge is unbound. I mean, I can't speak nothing bad really about Oprah, but love her to death.
Outstanding people. And I had a campaign against Michelle Obama and Barack Hussein Obama against Stacey. And I had Brian Kemp.
By the way, Stacey Abrams, the one that he's talking about, is the Democratic governor's choice. I think Stacey was the incumbent.
He weighs 130 pounds. He said he played offensive line in football. I'm trying to figure that out. I'm still trying to figure that out.
I don't think former President Obama has ever said that he played the O-line in football.
Said that the other night. I was an offensive lineman. I'm saying, really? That must have been a very small team. But I look at that and I look at what's happened, and he turned out to be a disaster. This stuff happens. You know, look, I'm not happy with the Supreme Court. They love to rule against.
You put everybody in there that's a Republican and you're still not happy?
Against me. I picked 3 people. I fought like hell for them. One in particular I fought. They all said, sir, cut him loose. He's killing us. Senators, you know, very loyal senators. They're very loyal people. Sir, cut him loose. He's killing us, sir. Cut him loose, sir. I must have gotten half of the senators. I said, no, I can't do that. It's unfair to him and it's unfair to the family. He didn't do anything wrong. They're made-up stories. They're all made-up stories. He didn't do anything wrong. Cut him loose, sir. I said, no, I won't do that. We got him through. And you know what? They couldn't give a damn. They couldn't give a damn. Let him rule the right way. But it almost seems that they're all going out of their way to hurt all of us and to hurt our country. To hurt our country. You know, I read a story in one of the newspapers recently, how I control the 3 Supreme Court justices. I control them. They're puppets. I read it about Bill Barr, that he's my personal attorney, that he'll do anything for me. And I said, you know, it really is genius, because what they do is that, and it makes it really impossible for them to ever give you a victory, because all of a sudden Bill Barr changed, if you hadn't noticed. I like Bill Barr, but he changed because he didn't want to be considered my personal attorney. And the Supreme Court, they rule against me so much. You know why? Because the story is, I haven't spoken to any of them, since virtually they got in. But the story is that they're my puppet, right? That they're puppets. And now the only way they can get out of that, because they hate that, it's not good on the social circuit, and the only way they get out is to rule against Trump. So let's rule against Trump. And they do that, so I want to congratulate them. But it shows you the media's genius. In fact, probably if I was the media, I'd do it the same way. I hate to say it. But we got to get them straightened out. Today, for the sake of our democracy, for the sake of our country.
See how he flip-flops and everything? It it drives a person nuts. I mean, really, because you're saying, oh, you're fake news, but I love it.
Constitution, and for the sake of our children, we lay out the case for the entire world to hear. Do you want to hear it? In every single swing state, local officials, state officials, almost all Democrats, made illegal and unconstitutional changes to election procedures without the mandated approvals by the state legislatures. That these changes pave the way for fraud on a scale never seen before. And I think we can go a long way outside of our country when I say that. So, just in a nutshell, you can't make a change on voting for a federal election unless the state legislature approves it. No judge can do it. Nobody can do it. Only a legislature. So, as an example, in Pennsylvania or whatever, you have a Republican legislature, you have a Democrat mayor, and you have a lot of Democrats all over the place. They go to the legislature laughs at them, says, we're not going to do that. They say, thank you very much, and they go and make the changes themselves. They do it anyway. And that's totally illegal. That's totally illegal. You can't do that.
I've never seen or heard anybody do this before in my life.
In Pennsylvania, the Democrat Secretary of State and the Democrat State Supreme Court justices illegally abolished the signature verification requirements just 11 days prior to the election. So think of what they did. No longer is there signature verification. Oh, that's okay. We want voter ID, by the way. But no longer is there signature verification. 11 days before the election, they say, we don't want it.
Voter ID is hooked. Not only you have to have the little card that you have to register to vote for, but then also it is linked to your driver's license or identification card in every state, whether you know it or not.
You know why they don't want to? Because they want to cheat. That's the only reason. Who would even think of that? We don't want to verify a signature? There were over 205,000 more ballots counted in Pennsylvania. Now think of this. You had 205,000 more ballots than you had voters. That means you had 200. Where did they come from? You know where they came from? Somebody's imagination, whatever they needed. So in Pennsylvania, you had 205,000 more votes than you had voters. And the number's actually much greater than that now. That was as...
You know what would be funny? And this is just me. And every time that you tell a lie that is like fact checked, like on the spot, you fact check it and tell a lie, have like electrodes up to the person and give them a little zap. I mean, it'll teach them not to lie. It'll teach them to look up and do research and tell the truth. I kind of wish, you know, here's the thing. I kind of wish that God would do like what he did on Bruce, what was it? It wasn't Bruce Almighty, but Liar, Liar, whenever the kid says, I wish that my father would never tell a lie again. And for all that point in time within the movie, Jim Carrey could not lie. I mean, kind of wish they would happen for every politician. That way you can get somewhat of a right answer to everything.
Of a week ago, and this is a mathematical impossibility unless you want to say it's a total fraud. So Pennsylvania was defrauded. Over 8,000 ballots in Pennsylvania were cast by people whose names and dates of birth match individuals who died in 2020 and prior to the election. Think of that. Dead people. Lots of dead people, thousands. And some dead people actually requested an application. That bothers me even more. Not
Why wasn't this told and investigated throughout? If it's true, then by all means, don't count those votes. But if it isn't true, I think you should be held in contempt because you're inciting something that didn't need to be incited.
Not only are they voting, they want an application to vote. One of them was 29 years ago died. It's incredible. Over 14,000 ballots were cast by out-of-state voters. So these are voters that don't live in the state.
Military, most of them. People that are on long working areas that don't live in that area but don't want to change their driver's license. Like if they're, let's say they live in Pennsylvania but they work in LA, but then they can't make it home to LA to vote or home to Pennsylvania to vote, but have to stay there in LA. Here we go again, down the rabbit hole.
And by the way, these numbers are what they call outcome determinative, meaning these numbers far surpass. I lost by a very little bit. These numbers are massive, massive. More than 10,000 votes in Pennsylvania were illegally counted, even though they were received after Election Day. In other words, they were received after Election Day. Let's count them anyway. And what they did in many cases is they did fraud. They took the date and they moved it back so that it no longer is after Election Day.
Can't do that. Now, if there is a mail-in ballot or, you know, early, well, not early voting, but a mail-in ballot, stuff like that, you have they have to count it as it comes in, but they have to have it postmarked before the actual election.
And more than 60,000 ballots in Pennsylvania were reported received back. They got back before they were ever supposedly mailed out. In other words, you got the ballot back before you mailed it.
I've never heard of this. I mean, literally, sometimes people just don't tell the truth. I mean, if this was going on, then why didn't we investigate the post office? Why didn't we investigate the electoral people and stuff like that? Because it didn't happen. I mean, the post office got in trouble and it's losing a lot of jobs because of, like, so-called the pandemic and also different other things, like postal people going AWOL and stuff like that, but not receiving ballots in, even though that they haven't been mailed out. That makes no sense.
Which is also logically and logistically impossible, right? Think of that one. You got the ballot back. Let's send the ballots. Oh, they've already been sent. But we got the ballot back before they were sent. I don't think that's too good, right? 25,000 ballots in Pennsylvania were requested by nursing home residents, all in a single giant batch not legal, indicating an enormous illegal ballot harvesting operation. You're not allowed to do it. It's against the law.
My mother's in a nursing home, and they have, if they can't make it to a voting area, they have to get a ballot. It's their right. And basically what he is saying is that it's illegal.
The day before the election, the state of Pennsylvania reported the number of absentee ballots that had been sent out. Yet this number was suddenly and drastically increased by 400,000 people. It was increased, nobody knows where it came from, by 400,000 ballots one day after the election. It remains totally unexplained. They said, well, we can't figure that. Now, that's many, many times what it would take to overthrow the state, just that one element. 400,000 ballots appeared from nowhere right after the election. By the way, Pennsylvania has now seen all of this. They didn't know because it was so quick. They had to vote. They voted. But now they see all this stuff. It's all come to light. It doesn't happen that fast. And they want to recertify their votes. They want to recertify. But the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back.
If it doesn't happen to be within the margin of error, the votes are counted. And you get like the primary result you'll get on the 6th or the 5th, whenever voting day is. It changes from, the years. It's most of the time the 5th and 6th. But you'll get it like the next day, and you'll wake up to, hey, look, Mr. President, we've got to go. Or, hey, look, you lost. It's time to concede to the other person. Sorry about your luck. Maybe next time. And so on and so forth. I mean, but the amount of times I've had to pause it within the 37 minutes so far and had to straighten out the logistical and the common sense of this shows that there is a problem within the other side. And hopefully this, Republicans go back to being just your normal Republicans, not these Tea Party Republicans, not these Caribou Barbie Republicans, not these MAGA Republicans, just regular Republicans that make sense, that try to tell less lies than what this guy has been doing.
Mike Pence has to agree to send it back. And many people in Congress want it sent back. And think of what you're doing. Let's say you don't do it. Somebody says, well, we have to obey the Constitution. And you are, because you're protecting our country and you're protecting the Constitution. So you are.
You're holding up an inevitable. I can't speak right now. It's almost 5 in the morning. You're holding up just the potential more of a heartbreak than what it is. I mean, the thing is, go ahead and take the L. Move on. Try again next time. I mean, the American people would have probably been more on your side if you would have just hushed up, moved on, and just did what you had to do. But since you sit there and basically, oh, this is rigged and this is that. No, I can't believe this and I can't believe that. And I just don't know what to do. And just keep on going. I mean, you're not getting anywhere. You see where you got. You got 34 counts, felony counts. 4 of them was on Stormy Daniels because of hush money. And then I want to say a good bit of them was on blocking the election. And yet you're still being able to run for office whenever states you can't vote as a felon and you can't be put into office by a felon or as a felon, but we're electing you. Makes no sense.
But think of what happens. Let's say they're stiffs and they're stupid people and they say,
and it doesn't, and to prove my point, it doesn't really matter what you are convicted of. If you are convicted of a petty crime that is a felony, I don't care what it is. You are still a felon. You are a felon. Go home and rest peacefully. You know, I think Nikki Haley would be really good on the Republican side. Vivek Ramaswamy has been utter trash. Ron Dissent has been utter trash. And I'm talking about policies on them. Where Nikki Haley, yeah, she was right up under Trump for a while and really liked Trump for a while, but then whenever she stepped into her own, I think she would have had better policies than Trump. But in all actuality, the only reason why Trump got, and I believe if you can't make none of the, if you can't debate your fellow party members, then you don't need to be in the president's position.
Well, we really have no choice. Even though Pennsylvania and other states want to redo their votes,
they did not.
Want to see the numbers. They already have the numbers. Go very quickly. And they want to redo their legislature. Because many of these votes were taken, as I said, because it wasn't approved by their legislature. That in itself is legal. And then you have the scam. And that's all of the things that we're talking about. But think of this. If you don't do that, that means you will have a president of the United States for 4 years with his wonderful son. You will have a president who lost all of these states. Or you will have a president, to put it another way, who...
I think the Electoral College pretty well summed what happened. Anything over 70 votes, well, anything over 50 votes, I count as a landslide. And basically 306 to 232. Sir, you're fired.
Was voted on by a bunch of stupid people who lost all of these states.
Stupid people. Really? And y'all want this person to come in and y'all want to reelect this person. I'm really, whether you can't tell it or whatsoever, I'm in awe of the amount. I don't know whether to be like former President Trump and the stupid people. I would never call anybody stupid, especially out in the open. It's one of those things where that's a mumble to yourself. It's either ignorance or stupidity, but if you really don't do your research, yeah, then it becomes a second.
You will have an illegitimate president. That's what you'll have. And we can't let that happen. These are the...
How is it illegitimate whenever he won, even with the, let's say, 15 points of margin? And I know the reason why you're saying all of this. And here's the thing. It's 15 points of margin. You still lost. But if it doesn't show your way, you're mad.
The facts that you...
That's called a sore loser. If it was in the sports, it would be unsportsmanlike. So, yeah.
You won't hear from the fake news media. It's all part of the suppression effort. They don't want to talk.
Here comes the, it's the fake news and they're suppressing me and all of this other. Well, if you would be nice to them, just like I've said a million times before, they would be nicer to you.
Talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. In fact, when I started talking about that, I guarantee you a lot of the television sets and a lot of those cameras went off. And that's a lot of cameras back there. But
C-SPAN's still on. In fact, that's where we're getting this, but it's on the Wall Street Journal. Everybody go check out Wall Street Journal. I mean, they really hooked this up.
A lot of them went off. But these are the things you don't hear about. You don't hear what you just heard. And I'm going to go over a few more states. But you don't hear it by the people who want to deceive you and demoralize you and control you, big tech media. Just like the suppression polls that said, we're going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points. Well, we won Wisconsin. They don't have it that way because they lost just by a little sliver. But they had me down the day before, Washington Post, ABC poll, down 17 points. I called up a real pollster. I said, what is that? Sir, that's called a suppression poll. I think you're going to win Wisconsin, sir. I said, but why don't they make it 4 or 5 points? Because then people vote. But when you're down 17, they say, hey, I'm not going to waste my time. I love the president, but there's no way. Despite that, we won Wisconsin. It's going to see. I mean, you'll see. But that's called suppression because a lot of people, when they see that, It's very interesting. This pollster said, sir, if you're down 3, 4, 5 people vote, when you go down 17, they say, let's go and have dinner and let's watch the presidential defeat tonight on television, darling. And just like the radical left tries to blacklist you on social media, every time I put out a tweet, that's even if it's totally correct.
Here's the thing. You put out tweets, and I've been wanting to say this. I've been wanting. You want to tweet executive orders, and one of your tweets actually said, "My tweets are executive orders." No, they're not. Executive orders need to go through with pen and paper, not on a phone and tweet. And the only reason why you got kicked off of most social media is because of the hate that you have put out. The hate. In a country that we need to be united and that we need to form, we need to come together. It's like you split us apart. I mean, it's like what I said earlier with the Democrats don't want to be around the Republicans and the Republicans don't want to be around Democrats. But in the 80s and 90s, I can remember all of us wanting to be around each other. But then I can also remember, whenever you went to church, no matter who you was, they preached about the love of Christ, not the hate that Christians have now.
I get a flag. And they also don't let you get out. On Twitter, it's very hard to come onto my account. It's very hard to get out a message. They don't let the message get out nearly like they should. But I've had many people say, I can't get on your Twitter. I don't care about Twitter. Twitter's bad news. They're all bad news.
You say that now, but Elon bought them, and now you're one of the top people on Twitter. Imagine that.
But you know what? If you want to get out a message, and if you want to go through big tech, social media, they are really, if you're a conservative, if you're a Republican, if you have a big voice, I guess they call it shadow ban, right? Shadow ban. They shadow ban you, and it should be illegal. I've been telling these Republicans, get rid of Section 230.
Shadow banning is good to a point, okay? But then, because you got these people that overshare and overdo it, and basically the shadow ban, if you look at the premise of the shadow ban, it's one of those things where it's like, hey, go out and touch grass. You're banned for 7 days. And that's exactly what it's meant for. And it's meant for people to quit overshadowing a person. Like for people who are downing Trump, former President Trump. They put them as a shadow ban to deter them away from one of those. They deter them because of their messages and what they say and the algorithm and how that's set up and everything else. It's a very, very over procedure within the social media, being a streamer and all, it's one of those things I have to face every day. But the reason why he got banned from like social media, and this is before Elon, it seemed like every time that he got fact checked by the government, well, not the government, but these fact checkers that are on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all these other ones, they fact check him. And whenever you say so many lies, you get banned. It's not straight, it's not a shadow ban, it's a ban. And literally, he was banned over a year until Elon bought Twitter and changed it to X. And then I want to say about a month and a half ago, he got put back on X. Whenever Elon came out and basically did a thing with him on X.
And for some reason, Mitch and the group, they don't want to put it in there. And they don't realize that that's going to be the end of the Republican Party as we know it, but it's never going to be the end of us, never. Let them get out. Let the weak ones get out. This is a time for strength. They also want to indoctrinate your children in school by teaching them things that aren't so. They want to indoctrinate your children. It's all part of a comprehensive assault on our democracy, and the American people are finally standing up and saying, no, this crowd is, again, a testament to it. I did no advertising. I did nothing. You do have some groups that are big supporters. I want to thank that, Amy and everybody. We have some incredible supporters, incredible. But we didn't do anything. This just happened. 2 months ago, we had a massive crowd come down to Washington. I said, what are they there for? Sir, they're there for you. We have nothing to do with it. These groups they're forming all over the United States. And we got to remember, in a year from now, you're going to start working on Congress. And we got to get rid of the weak Congress people, the ones that aren't any good, the Liz Cheneys of the world. We got to get rid of them. We got to get rid. You know, she never wants a soldier brought home. I brought a lot of our soldiers home. I don't know, somewhat like it. They're in countries that nobody even knows the name. Nobody knows where they are. They're dying. They're great, but they're dying. They're losing their arms, their legs, their face. I brought them back home, largely back home. Afghanistan, Iraq. Remember I used to say in the old days, don't go in Iraq, but if you go in, keep the oil. We didn't keep the oil. So stupid, these people. And Iraq has billions and billions of dollars now in the bank. And what did we do? We get nothing. We never get. But we do, actually. We kept the oil here. We did good. We got rid of the ISIS caliphate. We got rid of plenty of different things that everybody knows. And the rebuilding of our military in 3 years, people said it couldn't be done. And it was all made in the USA. All made in the USA. Best equipment in the world. In Wisconsin, corrupt Democrat-run cities deployed more than 500 illegal, unmanned, unsecured drop boxes, which collected a minimum of 91,000 unlawful votes. It was razor thin, the loss. This one thing alone is much more than we would need. But there are many things. They have these lock boxes, and you know, they'd pick them up and they'd disappear for 2 days. People would say, where's that box? They'd disappear. Nobody even knew where the hell it was. In addition, over 170,000 absentee votes were counted in Wisconsin without a valid absentee ballot application. So they had a vote, but they had no application. And that's illegal in Wisconsin, meaning those votes were blatantly done in opposition to state law, and they came 100% from Democrat areas such as Milwaukee.
How do you know that it's Democrat done per se? because it's not like signed off on, hey, this vote was counted by, this vote was done by. Can't really say that as a Democrat. You know, whenever it was a machine that did your vote, yeah, at first there was a problem with the machine, especially within the primary, and they fixed it. So, I mean, I think the safest voting now is now than it was 20, 25 years ago. It's just like, I think he put all of this other stuff. It's like he watched tons and tons and tons of, you know, certain movies, and he's just hashing the plot lines, and they're all running together. I want to copy down some of the lines that he's been saying, you know, over and over and over again, and go look up plot lines whenever it is a part of them. You know, see what movies they are.
And Madison, 100%. In Madison, 17,000 votes were deposited in so-called human drop boxes. You know what that is, right? Where operatives stuffed thousands of unsecured ballots into duffel bags on park benches across the city in complete defiance of cease and desist letters from state legislature. Your state legislature said don't do it. They're the only ones that can approve it. They gave tens of thousands of votes. They came in duffel bags. Where the hell did they come from? According to eyewitness testimony, Postal Service workers in Wisconsin were also instructed to illegally backdate approximately 100,000 ballots. The margin of difference in Wisconsin was less than 20,000 votes. Each one of these things alone wins us the state. Great state. We love the state. We won the state. In Georgia, your Secretary of State, who I can't believe this guy's a Republican. He loves recording telephone conversations. You know, that was I thought it was a great conversation, personally. So did a lot of us. People love that conversation because it says what's going on. These people are crooked.
Whenever it comes to recording conversations, you have to tell the person on the other end that you are being recorded at first. And the only time that I record a conversation is to get viewpoints. Like if I'm talking to like a business, and sometimes I forget to tell them, but whenever I'm talking to a business and they're telling me to go do this, and this, I hit my record button on my phone and it records it to where I can be like, okay, got that done, got this done, got that done, and basically systematically go down the checklist instead of writing it down. I mean, but that's the only really legal way that you can record somebody, is if, and it can't be like, it can't be like sent anywhere unless they are trying to do harm. And how other people supposedly got this recording, I don't know.
They're 100%, in my opinion, one of the most corrupt, between your governor and your Secretary of State. And now you have it again last night. Just take a look at what happened.
He liked Governor Kemp, but now he don't like Governor Kemp. He liked the Secretary of State, but now he doesn't like Secretary of State.
happened. What a mess. And the Democrat Party operatives entered into an illegal and unconstitutional settlement agreement that drastically weakened signature verification and other election security procedures. Stacey Abrams, she took them to lunch. And I beat her 2 years ago with a bad candidate, Brian Kemp. But they took, the Democrats took the Republicans to lunch because the Secretary of State had no clue what the hell was happening, unless he did have a clue. That's interesting. Maybe he was with the other side. But we've been trying to get verifications of signatures in Fulton County. They won't let us do it. The only reason they won't is because we'll find things in the hundreds of thousands. Why wouldn't they let us verify signatures in Fulton County, which is known for being very corrupt? They won't do it. They go to some other county where you would live. I said, that's not the problem. The problem is Fulton County, home of Stacey Abrams. She did a good job. I congratulate her, but it was done in such a way that we can't let this stuff happen. We won't have a country if it happens. As a result, Georgia's absentee ballot rejection rate was more than 10 times lower than previous levels because the criteria was so off. 48 counties in Georgia with thousands and thousands of votes rejected 0 ballots. There wasn't one ballot. In other words, in a year in which more mail-in ballots were sent than ever before and more people were voting by mail for the first time, the rejection rate was drastically lower than it had ever been before. The only way this can be explained is if tens of thousands of illegitimate votes were added to the tally. That's the only way you could explain it. By the way, you're talking about tens of thousands. If Georgia had merely rejected the same number of unlawful ballots as in other years, there should have been approximately 45,000 ballots rejected, far more than what we needed to win, just over 11,000. They should
Tell me that you want to rig an election without telling me that you want to rig the election.
find those votes. They should absolutely find that. Just over 11,000 votes, that's all we need. They defrauded us out of a win in Georgia, and we're not going to forget it. There's only one reason the Democrats could possibly want to eliminate signature matching, oppose voter ID, and stop citizenship confirmation. Are you a citizenship? You're not allowed to ask that question.
Are you a citizenship? What's a citizenship? I mean, are you a citizen? Well, no crap. I live here in the country. I didn't ask that. Same rhetoric that you would see with this type of Republican.
Because they want to steal the election. The radical left knows exactly what
It reminds me of the Smokey and the Bandit movie. Whenever the sheriff from Texas is talking to the sheriff from Arkansas, and he's like, "This is not germane to the." He goes, "Those damn Germans ain't got nothing to do with it." Nobody said nothing about Germans. I said they ain't germane to what's going on.
They're doing. They're ruthless, and it's time that somebody did.
That's what he reminds me of. Oh my God. Everybody. He kind of reminds me of the sheriff from Smokey and the Bandit, the one that Jackie Gleason plays. If you haven't, go watch the movie. Awesome movie. Love Burt Reynolds. Absolutely love Burt Reynolds. But yeah, Jackie Gleason is awesome. But this this guy reminds me of so much of Sheriff Buford T. Justice of Texas. Either that or Junior.
Something about it. And Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
Spoiler, Mike Pence did hold up the Constitution and did hold up the country, but yet Trump was still disappointed because he chose country over party.
I'm not hearing good stories. In Fulton County, Republican poll watchers were ejected, in some cases physically, from the room under the false pretense of a pipe burst, water main burst, everybody leave, which we now know was a total lie. Then election officials pulled.
Do you have documentation on all of these accusations that you have? If you got documentations and they're 100% accurate, then you got something to fight about. But if you're just speaking to hear your words and you're throwing out accusations like this, you need to be arrested and not only put in prison, but put up under the prison.
Boxes, Democrats, and suitcases of ballots out from under a table. You all saw it on television. Totally fraudulent. And illegally scanned them for nearly 2 hours, totally unsupervised. Tens of thousands of votes. This act coincided with a mysterious vote dump of up to 100,000 votes for Joe Biden, almost none for Trump. Oh, that sounds fair. That was at 1:34 a.m. The Georgia Secretary of State and pathetic governor of Georgia have reached, although he says I'm a great president, you know, I sort of maybe have to change. He said the other day, yes, I disagree with President, but he's been a great president. Oh, good, thanks. Thank you very much. Because of him and others. Yeah, Brian Kemp, vote him the hell out of office, please.
Yes, please get Stacey Abrams back into her old job.
Well, his rates are so low. You know, his approval rating now, I think it just reached a record low. They've rejected 5 separate appeals for an independent and comprehensive audit of signatures in Fulton County. Even without an audit, the number of fraudulent ballots that we've identified across the state is staggering. Over 10,300 ballots in Georgia were cast by individuals whose names and dates of birth match Georgia residents who died in 2020 and prior to the election.
You know, my OCD's going off on the backside with the American flags, but I absolutely love the American flags, and you can see one of the the pane of glass that's in front of former President Trump. So I've got a question. Is this like, does he have a heater on stage? Because I know it's got to be in the 30s or even in the teens up there, especially in January. And I'm surprised that they don't have what they call lake snow, where it just comes up off of like water and just floods into that type of environment. I know New York gets it almost every year, almost all winter long. So it's just one of those things where I'm like, and the thing is that you can't see nothing and I'm looking directly at the prompters and stuff like that, you can't really see nothing. So they probably got like a solid back to them because it's not very opaque. So yeah.
More than 2,500 ballots were cast by individuals whose names and dates of birth match incarcerated felons in Georgia prison, people who are not allowed to vote. More than 4,500.
He said it right there. Felons that are not allowed to vote. And if you go on to, I know this to be true on the Texas website, and I'm thinking about reaching out to my state secretary or secretary of state here in Texas. I don't know how well it's going to do, but if the person has felonies, they're not supposed to be on any type of ballot. So hopefully they can remove him by November.
500 illegal ballots were cast by individuals who do not appear on the state's own voter rolls. Over 18,000 illegal ballots were cast by individuals who registered to vote using an address listed as vacant, according to the Postal Service.
Because people are getting kicked out of their places right and left because there was no jobs up under you. And then whenever we tried to get any type of help and stuff like that, we had to be living with other people. And especially in the state of Texas, if you don't have it done within 6 weeks of the actual vote, then guess what? You're SOL. So, and that means changing and everything else. That's the reason why people within the state of Texas do not change their license, especially after they move, because they may have to move again, and so on and so forth. Texas is a very weird place, and people just keep on wanting to move over here. But let's turn Texas blue or purple, either way.
At least 88,000 ballots in Georgia were cast by people whose registrations were illegally backdated. 66,000 votes. Each one of these is far more than we need. 66,000 votes in Georgia were cast by individuals under the legal voting age. And
you need proof. Proof without a doubt that this is happening. Not just hearsay, but proof.
At least 15,000 ballots were cast by individuals who moved out of the state prior to November 3rd election. They say they moved right back. They moved right back. Oh, they moved out, they moved right back. Okay. They miss Georgia that much. I do. I love Georgia. But it's a corrupt system. Despite all of this, the margin in Georgia is only 11,779 votes. Each and every one of these issues is enough to give us a victory in Georgia, a big, beautiful victory. Make no mistake, this election was stolen from you, from me, and from the country, and not a single swing state has conducted a comprehensive audit to remove the illegal ballots. This should absolutely occur in every single contested state before the election is certified.
Because there's no proof. There would, if there was any type of proof that is beyond the reason, they would have. You have to have proof of these things.
State of Arizona, over 36,000 ballots were illegally cast by non-citizens. 2,000 ballots were returned with no address. More than 22,000 ballots were returned before they were ever supposedly mailed out. They returned, but we haven't mailed them yet. 11,600 more ballots and votes were counted, more than there were actual voters. You see that? So you have more votes, again, than you have voters. 150,000 people registered in Maricopa County after the registration deadline. 103,000 ballots in the county were sent for electronic adjudication with no Republican observers. In Clark County,
no Republican observers. You don't have to be Republican. You have to be over that to be any type of observer. Okay? You don't have to be Republican. You don't have to be Democrat. I think it should all be independent. I think some of these polling places, kind of like Washington, what is it? WSJ, I think they should be one, or there's one like Respected Poll Consumers or something like that. I think they should be another one, and it should all be independent done. But I mean, it's all federal. It's all federal done. And if you don't have if you don't have any proof beyond a shadow of a doubt, then guess what? It didn't happen. And it's not plausible deniability at that point in time. It is, it didn't happen. Because it doesn't. Here's the thing. You don't see people in these certain states saying, "Oh, it's wrong. It's wrong. We need to redo it all over again. We need to do this all over again." So on and so forth. It's only him. It's only him. And it's not even the Republicans that's in the state either. It's just him.
County, Nevada, the accuracy settings on signature verification machines were purposely lowered before they were used to count over 130,000 ballots. If you signed your name as Santa Claus, it would go through. There were also more than 42,000 double votes in Nevada. Over 150,000 people were hurt so badly by what took place, and 1,500 ballots were cast by individuals whose names and dates of birth matched Nevada residents who died in 2020 prior to November 3rd election. More than 8,000 votes were cast by individuals who had no address and probably didn't live there. The margin in Nevada is down at a very low number. Any of these things would have taken care of this.
Okay, the margin of error is set at 5% in every state, pretty much. The thing is, there could have been votes that they died before the election, but it was also one of those where they mailed it to a shut-in, and it was sad. I mean, it's sad that they mail it to the shut-in. Shut-in fills it out, puts it in the box, sends it on. A week later, passes away. You're telling me that you're going to be that thorough to where you're going to have less than a 0.5, if that. I mean, Also, what about these soldiers that leave out before November and they don't come home and see their families? They don't come home and, but whenever they come home in body bags. To quote you, sir, I think you're trying to call them suckers and losers.
Situation. We would have won Nevada also. Every one of these we're going over, we win. In Michigan, quickly, the Secretary of State, a real great one, flooded the state with unsolicited mail-in ballot applications sent to every person on the rolls in direct violation of state law. More than 17,000 Michigan ballots were cast by individuals whose names and dates of birth match people who were deceased. In Wayne County, that's a great one. That's Detroit. 174,000 ballots were counted without being tied to an actual registered voter.
Is Wayne County Detroit? I thought Detroit was Detroit County. May have to reach out to a friend to confirm that.
Nobody knows where they came from. Also in Wayne County, poll watchers observed canvassers rescanning batches of ballots over and over again, up to 3 or 4 or 5 times. In Detroit, turnout was 139% of registered voters. Think of that. So you had 139% of the people in Detroit voting. This is in Michigan, Detroit, Michigan. A career employee of the City of Detroit testified under penalty of perjury that she witnessed city workers coaching voters to vote straight Democrat while accompanying them to watch who they voted for. When a Republican came in, they wouldn't talk to him.
See, that's illegal. That's not only a fireable offense, but that's illegal. And that's like 10 to 20 years in penitentiary. So if you know about that and it really did happen, you're an accessory, sir. You are an accessory. And yeah, it's not good for you. You already got 34 counts. But I mean, it probably didn't happen. 99.9%, I'm going to say it didn't happen. Because otherwise it would have been really, really big news and would have been all over the media, especially C-SPAN. So yeah.
Same worker was instructed not to ask for any voter ID and not to attempt to validate any signatures if they were Democrats. She also told to illegally and was told backdate ballots received after the deadline and reports that thousands and thousands of ballots were improperly backdated. That's Michigan. 4 witnesses have testified under penalty of perjury that after officials in Detroit announced the last votes had been counted, tens of thousands of additional ballots arrived without required envelopes. Every single one was for a Democrat. I got no votes. At 6:31 a.m. in the early morning hours after voting had ended, Michigan suddenly reported 147,000 votes. An astounding 94% went to Joe Biden, who campaigned brilliantly from his basement. Only a couple of percentage points.
Joe Biden brilliantly campaigning from his basement. OMG. Guys, if you haven't already subscribed to this channel, we do long form content every Tuesday. Also, we do some music on Fridays. And most of the time, I know I've taken about 2 weeks off, or well, about a week off on streaming, but we're usually streaming 7 days a week over on Twitch. And once we can get some really good internet, I want to also stream over here on YouTube. Get back to streaming on Facebook and so on and so forth. But go down to the pillar address down below. Find me. Like all of my social content. Because, yeah, staying up for you. Doing this 6 o'clock for you. It is actually 5:24 right now in the morning because we're a glutton for punishment. And I want to get some good videos out. We're about 3 hours and 20 minutes into this, so let's try to get this done. We've got about 14 minutes left.
Points went to Trump. Such gigantic and one-sided vote dumps were only observed in a few swing states, and they were observed in the states where it was necessary. You know what's interesting? President Obama beat Biden in every state other than the swing states where Biden killed him, but the swing states were the ones that mattered. There were always just enough to push Joe Biden barely into the lead. We were ahead by a lot, and within a number of hours, we were losing by a little. In addition, there is the highly troubling matter of dominion.
Hold up. I was thinking he said something different. He was saying Joe Biden went up against President or former President Obama. What? What? Oh my God. This guy's delusional. Get this guy some meds. Keep it senile, my friend. Keep it senile.
Voting systems. In one Michigan county alone, 6,000 votes were switched from Trump to Biden, and the same systems are used in the majority of states in our country. Senator William Ligon, a great gentleman, chairman of Georgia Senate Judiciary Subcommittee, Senator Ligon, highly respected, on elections, has written a letter describing his concerns with Dominion in Georgia. He wrote, and I quote, "The Dominion voting machines employed in Fulton County had an astronomical and astounding 93.67% error rate." It's only wrong 93% of the time. In the scanning of ballots requiring a review panel to adjudicate or determine the voter's interest. In over 106,000 ballots out of a total of 113,000. Think of it. You go in and you vote, and then they tell people who you're supposed to be voting for. They make up whatever they want. No.
I strongly urge you, and I'm not pulling up voting because it's already past 5 o'clock in the morning, but I strongly encourage you, if you made it this far into this video with me, go look up Road to 270, 538. Look up these different ones. Click on each state. Click on each state. It's going to tell you how many was for President or former President Trump, how many was for Hillary Clinton, how many was for the third party, how many was for the Libertarian Party, and so on and so forth. It's going to lay it out, and these numbers are ridiculously over. I think, don't get me wrong on this, I think he won. No, I think President Biden won Georgia by 0.5. I think that was final count, 0.5. May have been 0.2. How is this ridiculous number converted down to just a 0.5 or a 0.2? Because he's lying out of his teeth here. People, I am not telling you who to vote. I'm not telling you how to vote. I'm telling you, do your research. I kind of want to do the Bill Clinton thing. Do your research. It's the only way that I can think of to tell you is by going over some of this stuff. And it's just mind-blowingly stupid, to say the least, and the arrogance, and it's not a person being an idiot, because I can guarantee you him and his team know the numbers. Him and his team know the numbers, but he blows them up so large to where people are like, they really screwed him out of the presidency. No, he didn't. He got his butt whooped fair and square. I mean, like I said before, you have to know exactly what goes on within the vote to constitute a recount. And whenever you constitute a recount, you can have that recount up to 3 times before it's certified. And literally 2 states had to recount that year. It's always been Florida. Don't know what it is about them. I mean, even back in former President Clinton, even former President Bush, both of them, they had to do recount. Even whenever Al Gore was running and stuff like that, they had to do a recount. And Florida was a deciding vote in in Al Gore's election. That's how close it was. Florida was a primary state that needed to be won on either side. And it seemed like every time that it came around, Florida was like, well, we got to recount. We got to recount. We got to recount. And finally, 2 days later, they called it for W. So, and I can't say that W was a bad president. W was, some people disagreed, and I disagreed with him for a couple of times. But the thing is that he brought the Texas, not Texas mentality, but the Texas I call it the hilarious Texan part to the White House, because some of the dumb crap that he said, you can't just, it's too dumb to be true, or it's too dumb to even lie about. But it it is what created the Bushisms. And by the way, I do have a video on the Bushisms, so go check that out too. I may link that here in the chat.
Nobody's ever even heard. They adjudicate your vote. They say, well, we don't think Trump wants to vote for Trump. We think.
You can't adjudicate a vote. You can adjudicate a charge, but you can't adjudicate a vote.
He wants to vote for Biden. Put it down for Biden. The national average for such an error rate is far less than 1%, and yet you're at 93%. The source of this astronomical error rate must be identified to determine if these machines were set up or destroyed to allow for a third party to disregard the actual ballot cast by the registered voter. The letter continues, there is clear evidence that tens of thousands of votes were switched from President Trump to former Vice President Biden in several counties in Georgia. For example, in Bibb County, President Trump was reported to have 29,391 votes at 9:11 p.m. Eastern Time, while simultaneously Vice President Joe Biden was reported to have 17,213. Minutes later, just minutes, at the next update, these vote numbers switched, with President Trump going way down to 17,000 and Biden going way up to 29,391. And that was very quick, a 12,000 vote switch, all in Mr. Biden's favor. So, I mean, I could go on and on about this fraud that took place in every state, and all of these legislatures want this back. I don't want to do it to you because I love you and it's freezing out here. But I could just go on forever. I can tell you this. So when you hear, while there is no evidence to prove any wrongdoing, this is the most fraudulent thing anybody said. This is a criminal enterprise.
You're bringing this up. Why should a person that doesn't know about it prove evidence otherwise? Whenever you're bringing this up, it makes no sense. You know? Why would a innocent person prove himself guilty before the fact? I mean, if you have evidence on this, submit it. Submit it. The government, well, probably not now, but the government is supposed to take everything serious on this. But whenever you cry wolf 500,000 times within one speech, it's almost like, you know, somebody saying, please turn the mic off. Please tell him to go home. He's been evicted out of the White House. Please tell him to go home.
This is a criminal enterprise. And the press will say, and I'm sure they won't put any of that on there because that's no good. Do you ever see, while there is no evidence to back President Trump's assertion, I could go on for another hour reading this stuff to you. And
it's not reading the stuff that is the evidence. It's showing it's showing what the actual evidence is. If you have the evidence and not hearsay, then you have a case. If you have all you have is hearsay, and you don't have actual physical evidence, it's like what I said earlier. It's like an innocent person trying to prove himself guilty before he was proven innocent.
And telling you about it. There's never been anything like it. Think about it. Detroit had more votes than it had voters. Pennsylvania had 205,000 more votes than it had more. But you don't have to go any. Between that, I think that's almost better than dead people, if you think, right? More votes than they had voters.
His choice of words, come on now. I mean, it's almost better than dead people.
And many other states also. It's a disgrace that the United States of America, tens of millions of people are allowed to go vote without so much as even showing identification.
You have to show identification. Don't know how many times I've got to say this. You have to show identification to vote. You can't just whip out your belt buckle and say, hey, look, I'm from Texas. I'm here to vote. And just go vote. You have to show driver's license. You have to show your voter's ID card in all states. And your voter's ID card is the little like postcard that you get from your voters or your voting officials within your county, district, or state.
In no state is there any question or effort made to verify the identity, citizenship, residency, or eligibility of the votes cast. The Republicans have to get tougher. You're not going to have a Republican Party if you don't get tougher. They want to play so straight. They want to play so, sir, yes, the United States. The Constitution doesn't allow me to send them back to the states. Well, I say, yes, it does, because the Constitution says you have to protect our country and you have to protect our Constitution. And you can't vote on fraud. And fraud breaks up everything, doesn't it? When you catch somebody in a fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to.
Rhinos, Republican in name only. That's what that means. But here's the thing. Like I've been saying for the past hour, you have no evidence. You have no evidence. You have to have physical evidence for them to have any type of investigation. Show them physical evidence for them to investigate. You just got to call in and say, hey, look, I murdered somebody, and then hang up. And then whenever they try to call you back, you're just going to say, well, you won't. Okay? They're going to want you to prove your evidence that you did do that. I think if you did have physical evidence of this happening, whether it be through a county, state, local, even on the federal level, they would have investigated it to the fullest extent. But you have to have physical evidence. You cannot have hearsay. It's how the law works. And no one is above the law.
It is also widely understood that the voter rolls are crammed full of non-citizens, felons, and people who have moved out of state, and individuals who are otherwise ineligible to vote. Yet Democrats oppose every effort to clean up their voter rolls. They don't want to clean them up. They're loaded. And how many people here know other people that when the hundreds of thousands and then millions of ballots got sent out, got 3, 4, 5, 6, and I heard one who got 7 ballots. And then they say, you didn't quite make it, sir. We won in a landslide. This was a landslide. They said it's not American to challenge the election. This is the most corrupt election in the history, maybe of the world. You know, you could go third world countries, but I don't think they had hundreds of thousands of votes and they don't have voters for them. I mean, no matter where you go, nobody would think this. In fact, it's so egregious, it's so bad that a lot of people don't even believe it. It's so crazy that people don't even believe it. It can't be true. So they don't believe it. This is not just a matter of domestic politics. This is a matter of national security. So today, in addition to challenging the certification of the election, I'm calling on Congress and the state legislatures to quickly pass sweeping election reforms, and you better do it before we have no country left. Today is not the end, it's just the beginning. With your help over the last 4 years, we built the greatest political movement in the history of our country, and nobody even challenges that. I say that over and over, and I never get challenged by the fake news, and they challenge almost everything we say. But our fight against the big donors, big media, big tech, and others is just getting started. This is the greatest in history. There's never been a movement like that. You look back there all the way to the Washington Monument. It's hard to believe. We must stop the steal, and then we must ensure that such outrageous election fraud never happens again, can never be allowed to happen again. But we're going forward. We'll take care of going forward. We got to take care of going back. Don't let them talk, okay, well, we promise. I've had a lot of people. Sir, you're at 96% for 4 years. I said, I'm not interested right now. I'm interested in right there. With your help, we will finally pass powerful requirements for voter ID. You need an ID to cash a check. You need an ID to go to a bank, to buy alcohol, to drive a car.
Need to have an ID to go to the bank to buy alcohol. Sir, that needs a comma there. You need to pause. You need to have that pause uploaded into your vocabulary, because you can't go to a bank to buy alcohol. I wish that you could. What would that be called? An alcohol bank? Never mind.
Person should need to show an ID in order to cast your most important thing, a vote. We will also require proof of American citizenship in order to vote in American elections. We just had a good victory in court on that one, actually. We will ban ballot harvesting and prohibit the use of unsecured drop boxes to commit rampant fraud. These drop boxes are fraudulent. They disappear, and then all of a sudden they show up. It's fraudulent. We will stop the practice of universal unsolicited mail-in balloting. We will clean up the voter rolls that ensure that every single person who casts a vote is a citizen of our country, a resident of the state in which they vote, and their vote is cast in a lawful and honest manner. We will restore the vital civic tradition of in-person voting on Election Day so that voters can be fully informed when they make their choice. We will finally hold big tech accountable, and if these people had courage and guts, they would get rid of Section 230, something that no other company, no other person in America, in the world has. All of these tech monopolies are going to abuse their power and interfere in our elections, and it has to be stopped. And the Republicans have to get a lot tougher, and so should the Democrats. They should be regulated, investigated, and brought to justice under the fullest extent of the law. They're totally breaking the law. Together, we will drain the Washington swamp, and we will clean up the corruption in our nation's capital. We have done a big job on it, but you think it's easy? It's a dirty business. It's a dirty business. You have a lot of bad people out there. Despite everything
Just get Mike Rowe. Mike Rowe would clean up that swamp. He does dirty jobs for a living.
we've been through, looking out all over this country and seeing fantastic crowds, although this, I think, is our all-time record. I think you have 250,000 people. 250,000 looking out at all the amazing patriots here today.
I want to see an aerial photo of this place. Because, no. There's not 250,000 people there. If any, maybe 5 to 10,000, but not 250,000. That's really pushed it on that other part.
I have never been more confident in our nation's future. Well, I have to say we have to be a little bit careful. That's a nice statement, but we
Isn't these people the same ones that tried to overthrow Roswell, New Mexico, or the Area 51 people?
have to be a little careful with that statement. If we allow this group of people to illegally take over our country, because it's illegal when the votes are illegal, when the way they got there is illegal, when the states that vote are given false and fraudulent information.
And it didn't go your way. Just telling the truth. It didn't go your way, so you're over here crying, complaining, groaning. Just, oh my God, it didn't go my way, so I'm going to just sit here for about 70 minutes and do this.
We are the greatest country on earth, and we are headed and were headed in the right direction. You know, the wall is built. We're doing record numbers at the wall. Now they want to take down the wall. Let's let everyone flow in. Let's let everybody flow in. We did a great job in the wall. Remember the wall? They said it could never be done. One of the largest.
And we as American people paid for the wall. Good job, Trump.
Infrastructure projects we've ever had in this country.
He said that Mexico would pay for the wall, but we paid for it. Look at your taxes and see where they went.
And it's had a tremendous impact. And we got rid of catch and release. We got rid of all of the stuff that we had to live with. But now the caravans, they think Biden's getting in. The caravans are forming again. They want to come in again and rip off our country.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be turning the caravans all the way in a circle. That way we can get everybody in there, and that way we can get everybody into America.
Can't let it happen. As this enormous crowd shows, we have truth and justice on our side. We have a deep and enduring love for America in our hearts. We love our country. We have overwhelming pride in this great country, and we have it deep in our souls. Together we are determined to defend and preserve government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Our brightest days are before us. Our greatest achievements still wait. I think one of our great achievements will be election security, because nobody until I came along had any idea how corrupt our elections were. And again, most people would stand there at 9 o'clock in the evening and say, I want to thank you very much. And they go off to some other life. But I said, something's wrong here. Something's really wrong. Can't have happened. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country, and I say this despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come. So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. And we're going to the Capitol, and we're going to try and give, the Democrats are hopeless. They're never voting for anything, not even one vote. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help, we're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Let me close this up real quick.
Look, they're even
I do a lot of things. Let me get back over here. Okay. Something quick. Whenever he talked about, and this is later on, right before he went off air, he talked about, let's walk down to the Capitol, let's do this, let's do that, so on and so forth. That's whenever all of this happened. And whenever they was entering in, you can literally, because I watched the videos, and you can find them all over YouTube. You can't find the Insurrection video that we just watched on YouTube, but you can find it in bits and pieces, like, 20 seconds here, 30 seconds here. But the thing is that they was saying, hang Mike Pence. And while they was storming the Capitol, killing some police officers, injuring some police officers, and not abiding by the actual police and by any type of decorum. That's what caused this insurrection. He riled them up all the way through and then said, hey, let's go down to the Capitol. Let's show these weak people how do we do it. And they did. They showed these weak people by going in, killing some police officers, injuring many more, having the people of the Capitol to where they're in utter chaos and running for their lives and trying to hide for their lives. Do I think this is an insurrection? Yes. Do I think they should be held accountable of this? Yes. But yet, and the reason why people point out about the Supreme Court is because he was only supposed to have two choices in that Supreme Court. The other one was supposed to go to President Biden at that point in time, because it was so close to election time. It was supposed to go to the next sitting president. That's the way it was supposed to be done, because it was supposed to have been a somebody that the next president elected. But yet we saw that he got that third one, and he started doing this and that, and I mean, and now with Project 2025 and stuff like that, and like I said, I really didn't want to get into policies and, you know, critiquing policies and everything else, you're going to see a lot of stuff go back to the 1950s, rolling back to where trans people, you go back into hiding. Women not being allowed to vote. I wouldn't go and put it past them to resegregate schools and stuff like that, because it's one of those things where it's like you're going to take civil rights all the way back, and you're not going to they're trying to here's the crazy thing. They don't want abortions, but they don't want contraceptives orally, or, you know, the condoms and stuff like that. They don't want none of that. But if there's a problem with the child, or if there's a problem with the mother within that, she gotta be on her deathbed, honestly. And they want a tracking system with the police department and stuff like that, and to track people in different that way you can't go to a different state, like a blue state, to have an abortion, or to have any type of security with that. And it just goes on from there. It's an actual weird thing brought on by a Republican think tank. And if you don't go by and be a part of who they are, and if you don't have that mental aptitude for them, every employee will be a Schedule F. That means that the president can hire and fire them as he sees fit. And guess what? You're SOL. I've read the 923-page document. Depending on where you go, it's anywhere from 923 to 928. I think it's the size of the lettering and maybe the color book inside of it. I'm just joking. Just joking. There's no color book. Although I think Trump's has got, like, I think his Project 2025 book is like, because you see nothing but good whenever he says something about it. If he says something about it, you see nothing but good. Oh, I like it. I like it. It's a coloring book for him. I love to joke around, but something this serious, yes, you have to get out there and research. You have to do your research. You can't just sit there and fly by the seat of your pants, especially with this election coming up. As an independent, yes, I agree more this time with the Democrats. That doesn't mean that I'm always a Democrat. I voted for Trump the first time. If I would have known the way that Trump was going to be, I would have voted differently. I would have voted, I don't think I would have voted for either one of them then. I would have voted for Johnson. But, I mean, like I said, research. Do your research on these, on all candidates, local, state, county, federally. And if we had somebody internationally, do that. Otherwise, you're going to be just sitting in the dark, wondering how your life is going to be in the next 4 years. All right, well, I'm going to get off this thing. It is 6 o'clock in the morning. So much love to each and every one of you. I will see y'all later. Peace, love, and that chicken grease. Let's go.
Hey guys, if you are liking the comment, please hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button, and most of all, comment in the video below if you love the content. And remember, I've always tried to answer everything that I can. Much love, and I'll see you.
I got too many hoes, but they ain't you. You like to put that shit in your nose.